Check, check. 1, 2. Hello, world. That's gonna bug me. Oh, good morning, Scott's Queen. Congrats on overcoming the anxiety gremlin and joining chat. As I always say, people don't need to engage with chat, but I always appreciate it when they do. Okay, that is what's going on here. Son of a biscuit. Good, good evening, Atsy. Got myself there. Yes, because we missed Monday, so we're going 2 days in a row this week. Because just to keep myself on my own personal stream schedule, I still wanted to do 2 days this week. Oh, right on. Mentioned on YouTube. Oh, wow. Well, I that, that's or sorry, I'm sure that's not surprising to other people. It's always surprising to me when people talk about me. But that's just my own imposter syndrome. So don't listen to me. Which of course I did not prepare at all for today's topic. Um, because as per usual, I decided what it was going to be like 5 minutes before stream started. Um, but yeah, I think largely my imposter syndrome stems from that I didn't really decide to become a content creator. It just kind of happened. Um, this one thing kind of led to another, and then one day I woke up and I was just like, I think I'm a content creator now. Uh-oh. What do I do now? I think the biggest wake up call was when I was talking to like uh another I'm sure some people are familiar with Parzival, who's a content creator with a much larger following than mine. And I was like trying to get him behind, you know, one of the many topics that I'm quite passionate about. But understandably so, he's not that passionate about it because he doesn't know very much about it. And I was just like, I thought like since you're a content creator with like a following, like you might like be able to get some support behind this. Or I think I said like some other things behind that. And and he just like he threw it right back at me and was just like, as a content creator with a following, you could also do this. And I was just like, oh, biscuits. I guess I am that. Oops. Started using for business, ended up. Oh, right on. In content creation somehow. That's really cool. What kind of content creation do you do? Out of or is it also or like um sorry. It's like I'm on my first cup of coffee, so I'm still booting up here. Morning, Joa. Um, but Scott's Queen, do you do? Because you mentioned like business content creation. So do you do like training material or because that? Oh, that's much more interesting. Makeup, nails, art. That is fantastic. Oh, oh, Joa, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, you mentioned your fever yesterday, Joa. Sorry, I'm gonna do my best to multitask so we can also get this S show on the road. Well, at least you're getting better. Remember to, I know I'm like pot calling the kettle chrome, but um, remember to stay hydrated, or like, because even if you feel better, it doesn't mean that you are better. Um, but sorry, and just to double back around to Scott's Queen, do you still have like tutorials for like makeup, nails, out of curiosity? Because just not saying that I have been kind of, you know, fumbling my way through teaching myself all of that. But, uh, sorry, I also just want to grab a screenshot of this because it perfectly illustrates the purpose of why I built this. Hmm. At least I think I'm funny. Let's just get on my camera. Sorry, the ADHD squirrels are strong today. But yeah, let me just before the ADHD takes control of me 100%, I'm just gonna follow you. There we go. Miss Scott. There we go. Because you seem absolutely lovely. And I definitely would love to check out more of your stuff. Especially if you have like you seem very much like my, I mean, obviously you probably don't have the all of the neurospiciness that I have, or maybe you do, I don't know. Um, I don't want to say that you do, but yeah, just your multidisciplinariness is more what I was getting at. That you're not just a gamer, you're also, makeup artist, regular artist, nail art. Which, and if anybody's wondering, that's kind of why I do bring up my background so much, is because I genuinely do want people to remember that I'm not just a gamer. It it is that I am so much more than just a gamer. And yeah, in actuality, if I had a secret for success, that is probably it. Is you need to do more than just that. But then again, I'm 32 years old, so I've had time. All right, and then we just hit yes. Oh, this plot is such a mess. Never mind, I think this is the wrong plot to do this. I think it might be time to destroy the tiny revolt. So, yeah. Are you I won't ask for like the specific area of the world, but like general locale. I mean, your username implies that you might be Scottish, but I mean, I could definitely be wrong. You're in Scotland? Okay, yeah. I have zero knowledge about the level of care or not care like public funding for programs in the UK. I'm in Canada, so there's a fair bit for different things. So I'm rather fortunate in that respect. Ah, okay. And yeah, it was nice while it lasted. Excuse me, that is a valid placement location. Stop gaslighting me, game. You just don't want it to be a valid placement location because you don't want to pick up all those items at once. It knows what I want to do. And it's already having heart palpitations. 4.5 wait. Oh, wow. Or sorry, 4 to 5 waiting list. Oh my gosh. That is also Joa. They're not exactly European. They're kind of European. They're not exactly, but kind of. At least I'm not too sure. It depends on who you ask. I know uh, some of the UK will vehemently be like, we're not European. But I think that might only be England. Um, I think part of Ireland is still part of the EU, but don't quote me on that. Biscuits. Because, sorry, if you can tell, um, I'm not sure about, well, sorry, if you can tell, geopolitics, not really my thing. But like half of Ireland is, or at least was, part of the UK, and half of Ireland was part of was like independent. Um, so like, yeah, so yeah, okay, so half is independent. Um, but I can't remember if the half that's independent became part of the EU or not, and or stayed part of the EU. Because, yeah, I just, there was a point when I just could not, I just couldn't take it anymore. Uh, because, you know, the madmen were running everything, and I just could not. You really don't want me to pick all this up, eh? Oh. Well, Essex. The thing is that it's not a question of when I get my way. It's more of a matter of when you stop telling me. Or, sorry, if I'm going to get my way. It's when you stop telling me that it's impossible. Okay, so my understanding of the situation was correct. Okay. Yeah. My yeah. Yeah. Gotta love the Irish. Or actually, I mean, you don't have to love the Irish. I just recently found out through like researching my genealogy that what I thought was Welsh in my family tree was actually Irish. So I've just, you know, found a new appreciation for the Irish. Yeah, Canada's all right. It might be a bit of a culture shock for most people, only because of uh, the vast temperature differences that we have. Uh, no, 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 no. So when I talk about cold, you have to realize what I mean by cold, because there is a point when it gets so cold that it does not matter if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius, because they match up. And that's about minus 40. And that's the kind of cold we're talking about. I'm talking about the kind of cold where the air freezes your face. And your eyelashes freeze together. So yeah. Um Sorry for that very vivid description of of a Canadian winter. I just always imagine that people picture this like winter wonderland, and it's just like you don't know. Um, or to put it another way, like when people think of snow, they think of like going out for snowball fights or building a snowman. Uh, the snow where I live is a kind that doesn't work for that. Uh, it's basically more of like powdered ice. Yeah, tiny chunks of ice. So you can definitely try to make a ball out of it, but it will not work. It is not structurally sound in any way, shape, or form. As a kid, I used to get uh, a kitty litter bucket because, I was an industrious little fellow. And, I was going to have a fort. Damn it. I definitely censored the wrong word there. Sorry, my mother's rather religious, so damn it isn't really that bad of a word, but using the Lord's name in vain, absolutely not. So on Monday, I had to, there are certain words you have to censor around your religious family. Um, Anyways, moving on. Back to being an industrious little fellow. So I would have a spray bottle with lukewarm water, and you would take your snow and your kitty litter bucket, and you would put your snow in, and then periodically spritz in some water, and that would allow the snow to compact. And you would basically make these blocks. Because I was gonna have a fort come heck or high water. Got kind of dicey around the roof. I think I got because I didn't understand complex curves at age 7, so I think I just found a piece of old plywood and then just like sprinkled snow on top of it and called it a day. Anywho, so today's topic, or what I plan to discuss today, is all about landscape architecture, kind of what I was breezing over yesterday. Because it is something that I do see kind of attempted in plots. Or not attempted, sorry. I see it done really well in many plots, to a point. But where it falls apart is largely with the pathing. Someone's raiding in. What? Hello, raiders. Are they already here? Hello, raiders. Sorry, it is first thing in the morning. I was not expecting a raiding party. Although then again, I never expect people to raid in. I mean, you definitely came in at the right time because I was actually about to jump into an actual lecture for once. I do just need some stone because, you know, we are out of stone bricks. Oh, sorry, let me, before I forget, shout out Rose Griff. I think I never do this right on the first time, but you know, we're gonna try, gosh darn it. But yeah, having a great day so far. You know, uh, did I say I never do it on the first try? Because I don't. Hey, there we go. We did it. Finally. Oh, I love, well, to say that I love Palia is an understatement. I have been no-lifing this game for a solid calendar year. I started playing in beta 2, so last August. And yeah, it's pretty much been my creative outlet since then. So yeah, it is fantastic. I've been, uh, well, I mean, sorry, trying to collect my thoughts. Uh, so my whole content creator journey started out by making tutorials on YouTube on how to do basic glitches and different little workarounds to use different decor items. A big one was how to use like the homestead display case. That was a big thing way back in the day. Then from there, it kind of spiraled out of control. Because, I kind of found out very quickly from sharing my own design work that, people kind of wanted to know how I did things. And so people requested that I let them know how to do things. So I tried posting just, step-by-step instructions on the Discord, and that wasn't enough, so they asked for YouTube videos. Also, hello, sweet penguin. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, crazy gamer. But yeah, this is my Steamworks plot. I'll run over to the part that's it's most known for, which is my greenhouse. Also known as a quiet place to think. Or at least that's what I call it. Mainly just because at certain times of day, there are just certain angles that you get the light coming through that I just find so relaxing. And yeah. And yeah, after posting the YouTube videos, then I started the unofficial Palia housing Discord. There's also a link to that in the about section of this, like underneath the viewer. If you'd like to check that out. And that's kind of grown, I mean, it's grown far beyond my actually, it grew far beyond my capability right off the get-go, because, I knew nothing about starting a Discord server. But, I did it. And, now we're here, streaming on Twitch. But yeah, if anybody needs to raid and run, especially Rose, because yes, go decompress. So yes, thank you for coming in. And yeah, but for everybody else that is hanging out, the topic that we are going over today is landscape architecture. Because that is one of my many backgrounds. Specifically in this case that I went to college for. I went to college for drafting, and then in my the second half of my second year, I majored in, or sorry, let me collect my thoughts. I specifically went into landscape architecture. Oh yeah, my plot limit is like almost, or I haven't even looked at it recently, but I'm pretty sure it's already dead. It's still dead. Let me open up my plot manager. I've basically I've abandoned this plot as far as development goes. Yeah, 2976. So I pretty much I pretty much use this plot to grow trees now until they eventually raise the plot limit. Uh, so yeah. How do I know my I don't I oh why don't I have that as a button? That I should have that as a button. But until I make a button for that below in the about section, because I'm sure a Dane would not mind that. But just one sec. Let me grab the link because as long as you are a PC player, sorry, that was a bit loud. As long as you're a PC player, you can download the Palia app. And in said app, our lovely Lord and Savior Adane has added here. Let me turn on because it no longer has ads for whatever reason. So I don't mind sharing it. Yeah, yeah. Um, it's actually kind of a funny story. So I'm pretty sure a Dane was already making this Palliapedia app, uh, or that it was in development, and just on we were having a conversation in private, and I literally just wanted to know if there was a way to do this, to have all of this be seen. And I don't know if he was already planning to have this as a part of the app. I don't know. But I did ask him and I was just like, so would it be possible like to have it on like a secondary screen? Just because like I really just want to know how many items are on my plot, and I know a lot of players would like this. And then just like 3 months later, he had it made, and I was just like, sir, have you slept recently? But yeah, he is a he is a treasure. So yeah, that is the Palliapedia app. It is freaking phenomenal and very useful. However, that being said, if you swap plots as much as I do, uh, and you find that it gets like stuck on plots, just reload the app and it'll go to the plot that you're currently on. So yeah. That was nice. I do not plug that app enough. So yes. Now that I am sorry, I just need a moment to rein in the ADHD. so we can get back to the topic of landscape architecture. So not some people might be familiar with the concept of landscape architecture, but not everyone is. For sure. See you in a bit, Joa. In a nutshell, a landscape architect's job is literally to develop the outdoor spaces of a property. They largely develop public parks or atrium space, or like green spaces around office buildings. But largely their goal is to focus on how a person is going to move through the space. So when I am designing a path or laying down trees or even placing down a garden bed, I'm always thinking about how the person is going to be moving through the space. Where their eye is going to get drawn to, if it's going to be too much, too little, if it needs a frame. I tend to be a bit of a minimalist when it comes to my landscape architecture, only because it frees up it frees up item slots for other areas. I know a lot of people like to do the overgrown, heavily wooded paths. And I will say there is no right or wrong answer for your landscape architecture. That being said, your item limit for your other plots will suffer. Because remember that trees are what is called a global plot actor. So flowers are very pretty as well. Now, I mentioned global plot actors, and not everyone is familiar with what that means. And it's very easy to talk about that when I'm on a plot that has nothing on it. So this plot has literally no items on it, and yet, if we open our Paliopedia assistant, we can see that there are 2 adult oak trees being counted, 1 mature flow juniper, 2 mature flow oak, and 32 mature oak trees. And those are all of the trees that are on the plot that we were just on. So for sure, you can have your overgrown path, but just remember that every single tree that you place down is an item that you're taking away from your other plots. So it's just a choice that you need to make. So currently, the item limit for this plot that I'm on is starting at a deficit of 147. Oh yeah. It's not just weird, it's kind of infuriating because the support staff and like S6 has been aware, like we've told them about this for going on. Actually, I think Theo mentioned that he informed them back in February. So that's 6 months. But I completed my report in March. So here's hoping that with or when they implement the oh, if you have 3,000 trees on one plot, you will not be able to place any items on any of your other plots. That is what we're playing. That is what we're saying here. Those 3,000 trees will overload your entire system. Yeah. So yeah. Because trees are global. So across all of your plots. So you just kind of have to be a bit sparing with them. And that's a large reason why having your Paliopedia assistant is really important, because the Paliopedia assistant has this section down here that has global actors. So it'll tell you which items are the global actors. So anything in this section counts towards all of the different plots. So, yeah. Just something to take into consideration. But yeah. But that's the, that's the non-cozy part of things. Let's get into the actual cozy part, which is, more the design part of it. Personally, I am a big fan of the stone flooring for pathing. I personally, I view the pavers as one of the biggest failures in Palia's history. At least as far as what they were intended for. Because they were intended as pathing pieces. And basically, we use them for anything but. At least 90% of the time. Like, I would never suggest anybody use pavers for pathing ever. Ever. And I always forget. So just one sec. And here's a neat trick for anyone that is like me and a little bit OCD about having your main path line up with wherever your like the person loads in. Just load into another plot and then load back to that plot. And now turn on your grid. There you go. And now this square right there, the center of this square, is perfectly where the person is going to load in. So every single time, whenever anybody loads in, either from the front gate or like yourself, a friend, they will always be centered into your path. And now we're going to teach you about, or we're going to try and teach y'all about something called bumpers. Although I can't remember if I successfully bumped a stone floor or not, but we're going to try. Because as you will note, if you overlap stone flooring normally, you will sometimes get flickering textures. Let me try and fire it off. Of course, whenever I want to actually do it for demonstration purposes, it doesn't do it. I feel like everybody knows what I mean. Sometimes it'll do it. Just trust me on that. Something that you can do to alleviate that is to bump it with various things. Because there are items I don't think, yeah, I don't think I could get it with this. I did try for a while. And bumping basically is just a technique that we in the glitching community use. And actually, a lot of people use it without even realizing. because you can, if you place something, actually, no, sorry, the Ravenwood floor deco, I think won't work with this because it will attach. Largely, rugs are great bumpers because they don't have a placeable surface on it. So the goal is to ever so slightly raise your item so it's no longer in alignment with the other texture. And that'll cause it not to flicker anymore. And you only need to bump every other one. And this technique is very important when making things like complex or like curved paths. See, there's that flickering that I was talking about. This means that we didn't bump it far enough. Gotta love this game sometimes, Ray. But yeah, I feel like you guys understand bumping. It does take a fair amount of trial and error to actually get the look that you want. But with that, we can use our squares to not completely create a circle, but we can kind of create rounded areas that just make our landscape architecture a little bit more interesting for the eye. Or sorry, not I mean our pathing. Derp. It's also great, very useful for making little, if you want to make small alcoves for seating areas. And this is largely why instead of starting with trees, I start with the path. It does also help, to have, buildings So I mean, let's say that we are going to have a grand harvest house over here. Hmm. Yeah, let's go that way. We have a secondary harvest house over here. Let's have our conservatory building here. We'll do a pavilion right there. And then we'll do a gazebo. Actually, yeah, let's do a gazebo up in this corner instead of the harvest house. And then we'll do the grand like this. And then we'll do it as an actual house. Just as an example. There. Just a quick house thrown together for yeah. And now we have some spaces to connect together, so we're not just randomly building a path. When building a path, I do recommend to go into editing mode and then turn your grid off. That way you're free to just continuously place down blocks and you don't have to turn the grid off every single time. Yeah, that flickering is going to bug me. All right, let's pause and find a rug. So this is going to be a bit of a giant, we're going to go on a bit of a journey, fam, and find us a rug that stops that flickering. Because there has to be one. It has to exist. I have high hopes for the industrial. It's normally good like that, or at least it used to be. I did say it used to be. Apparently S6 did not like the industrial rug being a bumper. Thanks S6. You're true gems. Who else was a good bumper? As you can tell, it's been a hot minute since I've used rugs as bumpers. Let's go with the ranch house. He was a happy little fellow that really helped me out with my kitchen. I'd rather not default to the Chapa because I think I tried the other day and it did not work out very well. That does look like we got some height out of that. Hey. Okay. Although the slight issue being that Friendo is now stuck under there. But it does look like the ranch house one gave us some height. Okay, I think we found a winner, fam. So, ranch house doormat. Um, let's see if, yeah, uh, they really don't like us bumping things. Because remember, get creative, just not too creative. But it's okay. We have our doormat. We'll make it work. All right, who are our problem children? That was you. Mm. Now, the moment of truth to see if it actually helps. Helps in certain areas. Just not all the way. Sometimes you can. Yeah. Sometimes you can, like, a chain bump, but I don't think you can in this case. Chain bumping normally only works indoors, sadly. Here, let's see if we can make that garden edging work again. Or at all. It might be that we just need a smaller piece. Because the garden edging goes up much higher than rugs do. You can see that it wants to go. There's just a little bit of finesse involved. Oh, this used to be a gentleman's game. S6. Uh, just for sake of time, we're just going to forego the bumping. I know I said that before, but then my selective OCD took over. I apologize. We are still path building, Joa. Also, welcome back. Screw right off. That's way too sharp. Uh, that's much better. Hey, a win is a win, and I definitely view that as a win. Any reduction is still a reduction. Though if you are at the maximum, you might just need to come to the solemn acceptance that that plot might be done. That's kind of where I'm at with that Steamworks plot, at least for now. Don't get me wrong. The literal second they increase the item limit, I will be back to finish it. But for now, I've just accepted that it's on to other projects. Oh, also, thank you, Joa. I can't take full credit for this one. Um, Theo also mentioned or had was at least one of the first that I saw published material that the stone floors were much better than any of the pavers as far as like pathing options went. It was one of those, you know, we were both thinking it, but he beat me to the publication. Because if we take a tiny break for a moment and just pop back to the Steamworks. And then we just search for paver. So in this tiny section of pathing, that's taking up 137 item slots. So which is sorry, I can't do the math right now, but uh, it's at least that's a large just in perspective, that's a large percentage of your item limit. Hi, Agent J. Is there an easier way to merge builders' walls into buildings? Well, I do not mind. Um, Thank you for the first question of the day, which I forgot to give that um, rundown to the raiders that came in. But this is a place of learning. So if at any time anybody does have any questions, I do love to problem solve in real time. So the question is to merge builders' walls into buildings. I'm trying to figure out what exactly you mean by that. Uh, I'm Or I think I do. So let's try and suss this out. Um, my initial thought is to just turn it into a shelf. But of course it goes flat. Because, S6 hates fun. You're building a structure out of walls and you want to seamlessly attach it to a building. Okay. So for seamless construction, I would, even if you are building it, or even if your goal is to build it entirely out of walls, I am going to say that you are going to get a cleaner look by combining it with pillars. Just a moment. But you need to do it in a certain way. Sorry, theoretically. I forgot to throw the theoretically in there. Because if we do this, then we do that, then let's see how this looks. Maybe. Because then you get that look. Also, hello, Tinsky. Welcome to the class. Now we just kind of need to, wait, I forgot I put a door over here. It does slightly come through the wall, so that's a bit of an issue. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say. Hmm. Uh, hmm. It's looking rather clean, just, I guess I'm using the wooden stuff. So it might depend on like which material you're using, because the walls do sit differently depending on which pillar you use. Sorry, depending on which pillar you use. Because of course they do. So let me see if we use the gold pillar. It snuggles up all nice and closely. And that's because our wooden pillar has this gap here. And the same thing with the stone as well. Oh, yes, it does. The easiest way to, um, so I've made a shortcut for mine. Or like if you like once your Paliopedia assistant is open, like I've literally just pinned mine to my bar. Oh, you can't. Sorry, Norse. Oh, crazy gamer, don't worry about derailing. Oh, ever. Or sorry. Sorry. I used a definitive. Try your best to not worry about derailing. As many people who are familiar with the channel will tell you, I derailed the stream on my own plenty. So you're all good. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, sorry, agent. I so using stone walls and yeah, sorry, Norse. It let me pop over to where because I assume you're talking about the this riptide looking sucker. Um, yeah, it oh, sorry. So it is doable with a present. Sorry, that is sorry. At this point, I just assume that no one has presents. That's just my default state of being. I'm sorry. I apologize. Because yeah, 100% you can schluck it on a present. I might get some height involved. So you know you can actually like see the sucker. And then from there I mean, yeah, once player trading like comes in the future patch like they have finally told us. I'm ready. But yeah, or also, you know, once Christmas comes, I really hope they don't wait for Christmas to bring in player trading because that would be that I would be so uh I would laugh. I would laugh. Hmm. But yeah, I can also see so many issues with player trading coming in. But in the same sense, I'm so tired that I'm here for it. That's how tired I am. Although I was like, just you know, between us squirrel girls, I was talking with one of my friends, and we were chatting about the possibility of uh player trading coming in, and we were just like, yeah, we'd rather them like take their time rather than rush it, because duplications are like a thing that happens in any rushed system that involves trading. And then I was just like, yeah, but I mean, if it does, I'm kind of here for it because there are so many unique furniture items. And well, some people are going to be out there like duping things for gold. I'm going to be here just like getting. I mean, what? I would not abuse a duplication glitch ever. I would only do it to for testing purposes so I could report it. I think all of my unique items are placed on my hoard. But if they would just remove the need. Actually, who are we kidding? I would be duplicating my freaking dragon emblems because I want more dragon emblems. Yeah, let's be serious here. They only gave me 3, so it's their own fault. And if anybody is confused as to what I mean by my dragon emblems, I mean these ones. That I would really desperately like more of, but they only gave me 3. So I only have 3 to put in my shipping boxes. All right, back to landscape architecture. Another thing that you can do to kind of spice up your paths is, and it does involve a little bit of prep work. I think we only need 1 shelf. Let's get some crates. All right, actually, I don't. Let's just make a mobile unit because We don't need any of this stuff anymore. And that way we can just take it with us as we go. I'm trying to think of how this is going to go. So place your flooring down, and then you just rotate the floor. Yeah, like so. You just attach your pillar to one side of it. Do then, because we want things to be, you know, the same. Oh, hey, widget. Nice to see you. And then we just flip our flow around. Then we just place it down on the other side. And that will add a little bit more definition to your path if you'd like. Instead of it just being a, you know, floor, stone floor placed on the ground. I'm pretty good, widget. How are you doing? Mm. Thank you. I'm wondering if there's a more efficient way of doing this. Unfortunately, because of like the pillar is the only building block that like it cannot, for the love of God, for whatever reason, the pillar is the one building block that cannot collide with other building blocks. Sorry, do I sound salty? Because I am. It's okay because we turned the pillar into, you know, just a crate. Nope. I was gonna say we might be able to make it work, but we cannot. Yeah, no, there. Oh wait, hold it. Oh, hey, that actually looks kind of nice. Maybe? Does that slide up and down? If it slides up and down, rim shot. Or actually, I wonder if we do this. Let's, if we do a combination, because I can't remember if it is just, it literally has a thing where pillars don't like touching each other for whatever reason. It's so weird. They are weird ducks. No, yeah, they literally do not like touching. Yeah, they are they are the problem child of the block world. So, yeah, there is no shortcut for this. We do literally need to turn it around if we want to do this. Yeah. The drawback to this one is that now you are sacrificing more item slots. So that is something to take into account. No touchy. I haven't seen that movie in so long. Although I do use several GIFs from that movie on a regular basis. Namely one of Yzma as a cat doing this like crazy laugh. Yeah, that was, yeah, God rest her soul, but God bless Eartha Kitt. I'll mail it to myself and I'll smack it with a hammer. Or to save on postage. Oh, I'm such a yutz. All of that cancel placement was unnecessary. And I will show everyone why. Maybe some of you may remember, and some of you might not, and some of you might have no idea. But that front porch has no collision. Lol. I'm awake, I promise. Surprise. And or a tiny reminder. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I should probably turn some music on or something. Yeah, it's a yeah, the hyperfixation is real when it comes to uh especially when it comes to landscape architecture for me anyway. Uh just because you can be so intricate with it. So it's kind of easy to get, lost in the flow of everything. Yeah, and another reason why I like to start off by building the paths is at the end when you're at item cap, pathing is so much easier to whittle away at and kind of just like, just chip away and like take some of that away than the carefully made displays or um, like tableaus that you set up in your house. Recently built tab when building things. Oh, sweet. That is the reason why I periodically need to just tap out of some of my designs. And that's so I don't destroy them. Because it has happened on more than one occasion that I have woken up and just hated everything. Because as many artists can attest to, when looking at your own artwork, it's hard to not only see the imperfections. And after a while, that begins to grate on you. Uh, which, yeah, which is why my biggest suggestion to people is, I mean, we have, I mean, depending on where you are in like how many plots you purchased, you have upwards of 10 slots. So I think this time we are actually just going to uh, change where the gazebo is to match what's happened with this path. Um, you really just want everything on one plot. Oh, you sweet summer child. I am so sorry for, yeah. I'm sorry. I appreciate your your goal. I really do. I mean, it's not an issue because no one's goal is an issue. No one's aspiration is an issue. The issue is the limitations that are set forth in the game. Those are the only issues that there are, unfortunately. So, I am sorry if my my response there seemed a little bit demeaning and or patronizing. But it's mostly that I've been in your shoes oh so many times. so many times, and then I've just come to the realization that I'm just like, I think this is not going to work because it is not going to be feasible. And then for some reason I added a conservatory to that plot anyway because I thought it was a good idea. uh, oh, I mean, not that I don't, it's not that I don't like it when people come and ask me to come check out their plots because they're looking to get reactions. It's just that one person that like came in specifically because they were farming reactions. But I would love to come check out your plot, hon. Let me just finish up this little uh, section because it's kind of gotten out of hand. I'm trying to see if I can salvage it. Oh, so close. Yet oh so far. And it's mainly, sorry, and just to explain that point a bit more about that one person and like uh uh my kind of little reaction to what happened yesterday. It's mostly because when I like go around someone's plot, I I like asking questions about design choices because I don't like making assumptions about um like design, like I don't like making assumptions about their design, or I don't like judging their work. So I'd rather ask questions about their work, if that makes sense. Okay, maybe because we need to thin it, make it get thinner. Come on, a little B word. Sorry, widget, we're almost there. I think. Yeah, there we go. We just need to now like ever so slightly fix everything else. Son of a biscuit. Ah. Well, we got there. Mostly. I'll fix the rest later. Oh, interesting. And see, it's not so much that I always make sure that it, or at least sorry, let me rephrase that. Thank you for the reminder. I try very hard to make an effort that it doesn't come across as putting down the person's work, because that's definitely not my goal. Um, which is why, um, like my first question when touring someone who I have not toured before I've even seen the plot, my first question is always, do you like the plot? And do you like your design? Because without even seeing it, and like I always make sure that my camera is like facing away. And I'm just like, because without even looking at it, if you like your design, then I like it. Without even looking at it. If you love your design, then I love it. Without even looking at it. Because if you have the confidence to show it to me, to show it to other people, then that brings me joy. It does. And I will go through and I will find, like, I will find things that are good. If you would like things that you can improve from like an architectural standpoint, or from like a planning standpoint, I definitely am here for that. But mostly, I'm just here to enjoy it. But, and sorry, I was gonna say, but I didn't want to poke fun. But you know, since you said it, I am gonna poke a little bit of fun that, yeah, somebody forgot to clean up after themselves. It's okay. I do it all the time. Don't feel too bad. This definitely deserves a Huckle Squish. Um, but yeah, just sorry, to circle back around to that whole question about like if somebody likes their plot or not. You can really tell in a design if someone is decorating it like for themselves or decorating it for other people. And that is something that I try very hard to stress to other people, that first and foremost, you really should be decorating for yourself and for your own, and by that I mean like for your own enjoyment. I, by and large, explain that a lot of my designs come from a place where I envision me and my boyfriend being there. So that is largely what I decorate towards. Um, and that is how I decorate for myself. And you can really see in some designs where they're just kind of decorating to decorate, if that kind of makes sense. But yeah, with all that out of the way, let's look at widgets, because widget is really good about like embodying that, you know, decorating for the love of decorating. Your flower arch turned out really great, by the way. For those that are curious, she followed the Lillian Gaming's flower arch tutorial, right? That, I believe that's what you used for this. You used her video to help. Cool. Um, and this is hard to dissect without going into the aerial view, but she has a freestanding hallway going into a courtyard. It's very, I have a similar feature on my Steamworks plot, though mine are completely freestanding. Yeah, so yeah, I was going to say, so yeah, she has hers attached to uh, so it's a method called ghosting. So this courtyard is attached to a house on a different plot. So it appears that it's freestanding, but it's not completely freestanding. But it does give a very lovely entrance. Sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts. Hallways, when they're torn off, leave behind their structural pillars, which can give a very lovely look for uh, different looks or different builds. Trying to replicate a cyberpunk facade in Palia. Good luck. Remember, neon colors. Neon colors, Joa. Do not forget the neon colors. The last cyberpunk build we saw, it was sans neon colors. That was my biggest critique about it. It was great. Don't get me wrong. It was fantastic. Just there was no neon. But back to this. And just going for destroyed building store. Right on. So you definitely have your work cut out for you. But I definitely would look at I'm not sure if you've played Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, see guys, I derailed myself. Um, Cyberpunk 2077 has a fantastic mixture of different oh my gosh. S6, I turn off server chat for a reason. Forget it. Joa, it's okay. You're fine. So yeah. So just if you search up Cyberpunk 2077, if you haven't played it, that's perfectly fine. You should be able to find the different like screenshots and whatnot of it. In the game, they had such an amazing representation of the wildly different kinds of cyberpunk styles and architecture that you can find. Like it was so great. Because there was like the what's like traditionally known as like the concrete jungle architecture. But then there's also just the more heavily urbanized section of the city that you know would not be the corporate like the sorry, I'm trying to remember the dynamic of the city. But it was more like the sorry, but like the gang life or the street racer, as it were. And so it had a lot of the like junkyard and I think the area might have been called like Pacifica or something. But I would definitely, yeah. So I just search up Cyberpunk 2077 and go through the Wikipedia and search up the different areas and whatnot, and you should be able to find the different concept arts and screenshots, and it is phenomenal. But yeah, if I think of any ways to actually create a neon sign, I'll let you know. But yeah, back to this. And back to Widget's Garden Cafe. Hmm. Definitely an interesting choice to go with the Emberborn uh, tall torches. It definitely gives a classic feel. Or sorry, not classic. Classy is what I was going for, or wanting to say. Which is very nice. Oh my gosh. Sorry, your choice of colors for this square arch here is fantastic. The green, orange, and pink. Uh, sorry, it's very eye-catching. And yeah, it frames that um, that section of the wall very well. I also really appreciate your bellflower fountain. Just a little insert there. Oh, and also just your column of flowers here. Um, the choice of colors for that column hit my eyes interestingly. Not bad. Just definitely wasn't expecting that those colors would go uh, sorry, I'm having trouble finding words uh, for that because the mixed hydrangeas are having a interesting lighting effect with how they're placed. If everyone can see, um, because the mixed hydrangeas are supposed to be blue and pink, and the blue ones, because of how they're placed actually look like they are a third shade, which is kind of what made me stop. So well done. I'm not sure what is what's causing that effect, but it's yeah, I can't yeah, it's cool, but it's breaking my brain. Oh, this is cute. Oh, nice. So you managed to, dang it, I can't go into the aerial view again. So did you get this to go over the conservatory via synchronized placement, or was it a um did you ghost it? If you don't mind my asking. Sync placed? Yeah. Oh yeah. The courtyard is a nightmare and a half to line up properly. But the fact that you were able to are you yeah, there we go. It was just because I had lingered in the door. There we go. Yeah. I do appreciate that you did your double door again. That was nice. Which, for anybody watching, an alternative way that you could do this, of course, is to you could delete the end of the hallway if you like. But I don't know. There's always something about a double doorway like that that just kind of it makes me smile. Also, are your flowers placed under the uh yeah, okay. Okay. Great. So I was gonna say I've fought with that fountain so much. Actually, I haven't actually that's a lie. I haven't fought with that fountain for a hot minute. Again, a nice use of foliage in here. Also that you have some trees or the tree coming through the wall ever so slightly is a nice touch. And then I'm assuming this bench is sittable. Yeah. And this one should be, yeah. Nice. Only because my brain is weird. I the fact that they're that the the fountains are not flanking both sides of the door is making my eye twitch, but that's just because I'm weird. No, and now we get into the cafe. Okay, and now see, this would be a setting where it like having the table set with like food and things. My brain would be like, this makes sense. Also, Bumblebee makes me happy. I don't know why. I don't know why the Bumblebee always makes me the happiest. Actually, second happiest because uh the Muujins make me pretty happy. They bring me special joy. Also, your tree your tree brella, fabulous. Was that a synchronized placement, or did you just grow the tree around your umbrella? It was synchronized, yeah. This is cute. I really like the kiln in the corner. It's great. Bane of my existence, but I'm happy for your happiness. With so, sorry for those that are unfamiliar, I still have not managed to get a Valley Sunrise sync. So every time I see one, it's just like Twitch, Twitch, because they're very cute. I mean, agree to disagree. I think it's pretty cool. It's always the people that have it that don't think it's cool. I feel the exact same way about makeshift clotheslines. But everyone that doesn't have a makeshift clothesline is just like, it's the coolest thing in the world. And I'm just like, I have so many of them. Do you want one? Oh, wait, I can't give you one. I do appreciate the adding of air circulation in the room. It is always important. Hmm. Yeah. Bravo. Oh, there's a bag. Wait, what? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh, okay. Yeah. Mm, mm, it's my one critique. Tiny entrances. That's all. But that's just because I get lost very easily. That's all. This is like a it's a bath. Is this a bathroom area? That's great. Oh, it's just that it's very well hidden. So it like it's seamless. That's all. Um, I'm just wondering but how would you? So it's not that it's too small. It's just does the gate look differently on uh okay. Um yeah, I like if it's possible, I might add something just to like draw the eye in, like so people notice it. Just because um it's very subtle. That's the only critique of small entrances. That's all. No, don't take the gate. The gate makes sense. Oh, is this a little changing area? And see if you had like the smaller Chappa plushie. This is where I would say you should put this smaller Chappa plushie like on their back with like one of the larger Chappa plushies looking like they're changing them, but that's just because I'm silly. Also, very well done with this interior piece. There's there's no flickering going on, so very well done. And Baby Bash thinks so too, as he proceeds to jump on top. But as far as like changing the color goes, I'm not too sure about that. uh, maybe like adding one of the small string lights over top of this trellis. So like performing a synchronized placement of the two. Also, I hate to say it, but I think you centered it on the wrong place. I love you. I love you very much, but I think you centered it between this post and this, and so it just looks slightly off kilter. That or I'm crazy. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I am crazy. It's fine. It's fine. Don't listen to me. It was the orthogonal. Mm, it was the. Yeah, no. It's fine. It's fine. I'm crazy. It was the isometric. That's what I was looking. It was the isometric view that I was looking at it that made it look off center. Um, no, I think you're fine. It was just that I was looking at it. Sorry, for those that are unfamiliar with the term, isometric just means like you're at like a or a double diagonal view, like diagonal, straight, or isometric, straight. So yeah, fine. But I think part of just like this area is that like in contrast to like everything up in like this part, it's just much less colorful than it. And that might have been why I just breezed past it. So my eyes were looking for color. Um, so that it could have just been a like, or it probably was just a me issue. That's all. But yeah, I think it's really cute overall. And this was the light that I like, the size of light that I was recommending, just a small one. I mean, yes, poop is ew, but also anyone who's ever been to an any event space, cafe or otherwise, has always needed to know where the bathroom is. and servers always dislike being stopped to answer the question of where's the bathroom. They'll answer it, and they'll answer it with a smile, but ho howdy. I also like your windowsills, by the way. I didn't notice that the first time. But yeah, overall, a great usage of space for what you're going for. That's cute. You're fixing it? Oh gosh. No, I didn't leave it. Displease tiny dragon noises. I think that's the first time I've done that. I'm normally very good about leaving a reaction. Um, but yeah, personally, I think it's very cute overall. Oh, which actually, I'm gonna pop back and just see because this will be a good test. Uh, because I've only done like preliminary what's the word? Preliminary testing with like me and my alt. Oh, hey, sweet. That is much more noticeable. Okay, yeah, yeah. Hold on. But yeah, can't wait to pop in because I mean, I'm sure you're going to develop this more. So I can't wait to see more. But now that we're back on this lot. Let's just quickly see if we can fix this nonsense that was going on before we ducked out there. Just a moment, everybody. I thought it was a job offer, but of course it was just a telemarketer. Sorry, guys. I keep telling myself, don't answer unlisted calls. But then I think to myself, but what if it's a job offer? Uh, it's never a job offer. Uh, sorry. Okay. This might be one of those times we might have designed ourselves into a corner. Because that angle is real bad. Yeah, that's okay. You live, you learn. Mm. Okay, maybe. We might just need to do like a cancel placement to just like combine them into two. Or blah. Combine them into one. Or maybe not. Just needed to keep throwing effort at that wall until it broke. There we go. Because the quicker we uh, combined that path into a singular, uh, was basically the quicker it became uh, more item efficient. Oh, grats on the floating bay window glitch. I haven't even, if I'm being honest, I haven't even attempted that one. So good on you. The ladies who spearheaded that one. Oof. More patience than I, let me tell you. Or as I colorfully like to say, patience is a virtue, not one that I was blessed with. Oh no. Sweetie, no, what are you doing? Although maybe it's for the best. At least that's the lie we tell ourselves. Or at least one of the many. Because once you start deconstructing, it's kind of like a domino effect. It's like, well, I'm already here, and I've already broken this, so I might as well. Oh, no problem. I hope the things I said were uh, helpful and not hurtful. Never my my hope. I mean, wait, no, as that is always my hope is to be helpful. There we go. That's what I meant to say. I'm awake. Well, crazy. What when that day comes, you know where to find me. And just remember, as long as you like it, I will too. But that also being said, I do fully understand not being ready to show someone else your work. Please, Tiny Dragon noises. Hmm. Well, then I'm definitely glad that today I decided to focus on landscape architecture. Although I just now realized that I have spent the first 3.5 hours like talking about, or not even talking, but just showing how to layout pathing. Sorry about that, because pathing is only like one part of landscape architecture. Sorry. Um, we probably should also, uh, right, we should we should tie our pavilion in as well. But I mean, in my defense, uh, pathing uh, is kind of the your planning stage. So like when, let me just grab my sketchbook. Um, uh, none of these. Oh, I can never find my pencil case when I need it. Here we go. Every conceptual artist's best friend. Just a big stick of graphite. But when in the planning stage for most projects, you start off by deciding where your walkways are going to be. So generally speaking, when I actually do draw a plan for a new plot, it seldom ever actually happens. I just draw a dot. To show where the person is going to load in. And then I just roughly start sketching in pathways. Almost like they're branches in a tree. The reason why I keep that image in my head is because that keeps them very organic. And then that allows you to put your paths into your different buildings. So, just a little I guess, little trick for you there. So just another reason as to why pathing is so important. So we've done this like 3 times now, and every single time we've needed to start from the other side and then work backwards. So this time we're just going to cut to the chase and just pretend like we've already mistakenly built ourselves all the way over here and then needed to build back. Biscuits. I think that should be good. We we want people to come from the house directly to the pavilion. Which also, fun fact, you get close enough to the pavilion with a building block, it should lock to it. Biscuits. Of course there's a gap, because S6 can never do anything well. Alright, S6. I tried to play it your way. Your system sucks. This is my shocked face. Sorry. Those are inside thoughts. See if this works. Oh wait, what? Uh, Sorry, did I miss something in chat? I was kind of enthralled in my own work there for a while. Although, yeah, sorry, Joa, you were asking about a red block, which I think Crazy kind of answered your question. Um, but because I ran into that issue with my castle design, and I was kind of trying to figure out how to like tile the blocks with terracotta, but until they fix the pavers, it's not really viable. But the rancho nightstand isn't a bad plan, depending on what you need it for. Which you can turn the nightstand into a block. Although you would need to go like nightstand and then block and then nightstand and then block. Uh, Sorry, that probably didn't make any sense. Do I have any? Uh, Here, I'll just use stools. Hmm. Or this, yeah. Or I think I was running into this issue when trying to make another assembly. But basically, you can attach the nightstand's 2 blocks, but from there, it gets kind of dicey. Because the second you release the group select, these become stools again and stop functioning as blocks. If that makes sense. No, of course that wouldn't work. Yeah. Yeah, so you are looking for like an actual block. Um, so you're, what the heck? Okay. Sorry. One of the stone floors just disappeared into the ether. Okay, god damn this game. You could merge an item into a building block. So then the building block would still function as a building block. But then you could have the red coloring as a facade. If that makes sense. Please tell me if it doesn't. Because we have the capital chic dining table that is red. And theoretically, if we were able to somehow get that on its side, and then attached to a building block. Okay, there are shelves literally everywhere on this plot. Just need to find one. There we go. Pillar. Using a lock. And then beyond that, we still need a tiny bit of assistance. Rim shot. Down 1 meter. Mm, 1 meter was too much. Trying 0.8 of a meter. .8 of a meter. And say voila. That being said, I just remember that this is for your cyberpunk plot because, you know, braining is hard. So in that case, you might want to opt for the berry in this case. Because remember what I mentioned that like those vibrant colors, even just like so that pink is much more striking. That could work too. Actually, now that I think about it, you are much more on the right track. And for the look that you're going, I might actually go if we're opting for this table. Oh, interesting. Sorry. So the demonstration that I was using, so I was using the autumn. Sorry. I do apologize. So here's what the here's the classic, by the way. So here's your red that you were looking for. That's what I meant to show you. What? You said you wanted red. You ask, the tiny dragon delivers. Um, yeah, this is where we're getting into like I don't want to be an M, but you know, mainly because I've done enough of it on this channel, but we are at a loss for like metallics and like just general industrial textures in this game. So I would like for what you're doing, uh, like the last set that we or the last time we saw something like this, they relied heavily on the Paltech set, which was uh, which was good for what they were doing, I think. Though for what you are going for, I might lean a bit more into just because you are going for that junkyard feel. I would try and add in some more wood textures, but I mean, you probably already knew that, so I'm just telling you things you already know. Ravenwood Nightstand. Wonder how that dies. But yeah, I was gonna say that one's also going to be very red. Uh, yeah, the top of the capital sheet cabinet is more of a blood red. If you want that. So it's still red, but it's more of a it's on the brown side of red. Yeah. So I'll just show you what that would look like. Just to see if it would like actually work. Because for that one we might need to do the full meter because I think it's slightly taller. Yeah, it is slightly taller. Ooh, biscuits. Okay, no, still go to the 0.8, but uh although I mean like unless you don't mind that look. But uh I mean alternatively you can make this apparatus that I have here in which you're able to go smaller jumps. Oh, yeah, so you actually like that. Um, which, yeah, if anyone's curious as to why I made this stack of floors, um, it's for precision floating because each flooring is exactly um, 0.1 meter thick. Whereas the jumps on a crate, they go each line of the square. So they go jumps of 0.2 of a meter. Whereas if you stack up a bunch of floors, you can go at 0.1 of a meter. So you can just jump at a little bit more precise of an increment, or at smaller of an increment. Yeah, the one issue that kind of arises with this, or actually not even really an issue, uh, we'll just do it again. Uh, so, ah, so when jumping, so we'll do the full meter again because you said you like that look. So where I was jumping with the other one, and I was going at it um, horizontally, I would suggest to do it vertically. And that is simply so your crate is covered all the way. And yeah. And that's simply because we placed it right, so lengthwise instead of this way. It's all good. So the first time when we placed it on the crate, it was like this. The second time, we just turned it so it was like that. So let me place down the crate. Or place down another crate. So the first time, like that. Second time, like that. Does that make a bit more sense? I can grab another one. So that's what the difference in placement looks like. How did I manage to overlap it so perfectly? I did a reverse float. And for distance, I literally used just a crate for distance. So I went from the top corner of the crate, and then I went down to the bottom corner of the crate. And so that's what I meant by a meter, because each of our crates it's a 1 meter cube. Sorry, I guess I didn't explain that part. Sorry, this is where tiny dragons speak, and the common tongue. Things kind of get lost. But yeah, see, I'll take it off. But so we have the crate attached on the shelf. Turn it sideways. We place it up in top corner. Now move it down to the bottom corner. And now we press one of our number keys. That'll prime it for a sync, or I just call it a reverse float, but didn't call it sync. And now the first time when we did it, I was placing it on the crate like that, but to get it to go vertically, we're going to place it like this. And I mean, if you wanted to get like some wild angles, you could even just you could just place it wild angles like that. Because, I mean, you know, it is a junkyard after all, so. Not biscuits. One moment, please. I seem to have misplaced my vape juice. There we go. Woohoo! Proud of you for extrapolating it into making something else. It's not gonna lie. When I get repeated questions uh, from people, and it involves things that like I've already gone over with them. Um, at a certain point, my brain is just kind of like, uh, at some point, I get tired. I mean, it's not you. I'm not talking about you. I literally was. I I am sorry if you thought that I was talking about you. I was not. That was just me having a minor existential crisis. That's all. It happens. No, let me put it this way, Joe. I've seen exactly how creative you can be. I don't mind lending a hand. You're welcome. The pavilion is always a nightmare to design around. Now that metallic blocks aren't here to be our, you know, training wheel, or not training wheels, but you know, our get out of jail free card. Oh wait, what am I doing? We can just do. Okay, that. Oh, and one more here. Okay, and now we just move the pavilion away. Oh, we found that flooring that disappeared. I kind of figured that's where it went. Or I had a sinking suspicion anyway. Tiny dragon noises. Mhm. Let's see how that looks. Oh, biscuits. 121 already. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. My kingdom for a curved block. I mean, it's like genuinely like just curious as to their contempt for curves. might work. Yeah. Emphasis on the might. All right, now like all of the cancel placement. Mm. In retrospect, I probably should have left a placeholder. Whoops. And this is why you shouldn't decorate when you're frustrated. But well, here we are. Not even close. I mean, in theory, maybe. Well, last time, let me give up. Good enough. Fantastic. I mean, this corner's kind of tripe, you know. Take what I can get. Sugar. Oh, exciting. We both have something to celebrate. Miss Widget. As it so happens, I think I finally almost finished this fever dream of a freaking path complex. Still not 100% happy with how this right here is. This is the issue that I often face with curved pathing, is that you could spend the rest of your life altering it and you will always find something wrong with it. There we go. And there's the aerial. But yeah. Just so everybody can kind of see. Or, I don't know, those that have suffered through all of this can see what I was talking about in regards to how it has a very organic look to it. Um, which, tiny sidebar, it took me a while and someone explaining to me uh, exactly what organic meant. Uh, because I kind of just like smiled and nodded for a while whenever anyone used the word organic. Um, and it basically just means something that uh, resembles shapes that are found in nature. So in this case, as I mentioned when discussing the conceptualization stage, the branches of a tree. And you'll find that a lot in landscape architecture, that they will attempt at least to draw inspiration, if not wholesale steal something from Mother Nature. Because Mother Nature does something, and then, some male architect is just like, I bet I could do a better job. And Mother Nature's just like, oh, you think so, buddy? Hurricane, look what you made me do. But yeah. Uh, all right. So now that the path is done, we can start talking about little additions that you can add to your path. Personally, I like to go for something a bit more modular, because those who know me know that I constantly change my design. I don't tend to keep it looking the same for very long. As such, I like something that can be moved around. And sorry, for those that don't know, modular architecture is literally just something that is built somewhere else and just all pieces together. It kind of came part and parcel with prefabrication construction. That is kind of becoming a bit more of a thing these days. Whereas like modular architecture kind of died out in the 70s. Sorry, we're also going to need some blocks. All right. All right, so we're going to need to make a little machine to make our prefabricated pieces. Because it does require some setup. And yeah. So we're going to start off by placing one pillar on our shelf. Or actually, sorry, I'm trying to remember the efficient way that I came up with doing this. I think it was that you actually stack multiple pillars on your shelf, because that way you didn't have to rotate your shelf multiple times. But we'll see if that actually works out for us. Fingers crossed. So yeah, do 2 separate stacks of 4 pillars, and then just rotate your shelf 90 degrees. And then place down 1 pillar, and you're going to put a crate on top of it. From there, you're just going to target your gold or whatever crate. It doesn't have to be a gold one. And you're going to press your group select button and then engage the selection either by pressing A or your left click. And now with the pillar thinking that it's a cube, you will be able to place it on the end of the other pillars. And then we just take the pillar off of the wall with the pillar still attached, or the cube still attached. And then you just keep making the stack think that it's a cube. That's right. At that point, you do need to take the cube off, because otherwise it goes into the ground. Like that. That's okay, because these are pillars, so you can just go like this to attach it. And you can still trick it into thinking that it's a cube. And there we go. To get that last one. I remember. Can't remember if this is where it got weird or not. But yeah, let's just make our second part of our garden. Which I don't think I mentioned, but we're making a garden box, by the way. Because for landscape architecture, it's great to have flowers. But just having them placed anywhere isn't, it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's a little messy. Right, and then you just cancel place that assembly away. And then that assembly away. Theoretically, you should be able to. Oh, come on, buddy. Oh, it's because the cube is there. Derp. Oh, having a day. There we go. There we go. And now we're good to place down a flower. But remember that the cube, or they do not like coming in contact with other blocks. So we are going to need to trick them into thinking that they are a cube again. Right. I seem to recall this. But now they're coming in contact with the shelf, which also is not a great thing. All the little minutiae. This is what I was talking about yesterday, fam. That it's not that I can't be creative. It's just getting increasingly more difficult to be creative as time goes on. And there we go. Now we finally have our garden box. I mean, you could try rotation. Sorry, to widget, you could try rotational floating, but that's always a crapshoot. Which, as a note to anyone, that didn't count as a swear because craps is a dice game. Also, Joa, what's the matter? Is it off center? Because I think I forgot to tell you to turn off the grid. So that might have been a me problem, or a you know, I did it bad. I'm assuming you meant explain your ideas? But in the same sense. I completely understand. No, it's okay. I definitely I understand that or I don't completely understand the state that you're in, but I've been there, I think. Um, so, sorry, just to circle back around to topic at hand. That's not a bad thing. Also, if you like color the butcher block like blue, it could look like one of those uh like diaper change things. Sorry, I do not have children and never have, and you know the way things are going, probably never will. So, uh, changing paths. That's uh, right. Now I'm gonna teach everybody another trick. Which is That should do it. Yeah. So that was. So we're gonna stack up. We had 8. We're gonna stack up 6 butcher blocks, and then put 7th butcher block 2 meters away. And then we're going to do a float. Then just place our last butcher block on top. Now we have our little dealie like this. And now, just to make things a little bit easier on ourselves, we're going to take one of our butcher blocks and place it down here. And then just put our garden bed over top of it. Then next, we will move our little paddle dealie into position. And now just get it centered, because we're just going to go straight up. That's the goal here. And now we're going to do another float. Well, and make sure to have an item on your item bar in order to do the float. There we go. And now this is all primed for floating. It doesn't look like the... And there we go. The 3 rose bushes got levitated up into the air. We can move 1 gardenia in, and a 2nd gardenia in. I think we might do 3 gardenias. Just to fill up the space. And now just any holes that you see, just stick a rose bush. Then even if you don't see a hole, just anywhere you feel like you might want a rose bush. But mainly focus on if you see a hole, put a rose bush. There you go. So now you've got a nice planter that has, what did we use? We used three gardenias and then 5 rose bushes. And now if you want to add a little bit more to that, I like peppering in some tulips into this arrangement. But not a lot, just a little. Mainly because they're really tall flowers. And they just add that 3rd shade. And makes the entire assembly just a little more eye-catching. And now as far as placement goes, you're going to want to have it equidistant as much as you can to different pathways going around it. And then we'll finish it up with some of the nice garden lighting. This is probably one of the best items that Singularity 6 came out with. This and its companion item, which was the curved garden lighting. It's an amazing way to just add a bit more. And see, the string lights they're good, but I find them much more situational than these lights. Because these lights you can always find places for these. In my opinion, you can always find a place for these. And especially since you can dye them. And for once the dye is actually not that bad. And in here, I know it does look very silver, but in the actual model, it does look much more black. So They had a actually had a glow effect. Yeah, me too. Yeah, the one drawback to these lights, however, is that they are ground items. So you are limited to placing them outside. Yet another one of those. Get creative, but not too creative. I might need to take a trip in for some iron. Sorry, fam. I was not very well prepared for this. On the plus side, I have a ton of light bulbs prepped. All right. Any shopping break? Oh, which small reminder to anyone who frequents the underground. Uh, if anybody sees Ravenwood bathtubs, if you wouldn't mind keeping an eye out, I do still need 2 of those for project. Oh, frick. Always pains me to. Yeah. Uh, we're just gonna make do with 10 because it's always a gouges your wallet when you buy iron. So but we got enough to make 10. I do apologize for not farming, but they're yeah, I should have prepped more for today. Yeah, Wait. I'm not sure how much EXP these will give. All right. I mean, yeah, she does. I also have just been I've been very bad at keeping up on my income lately. Just due to burnout. So my poor garden has not been tended to, and I the past few days. Actually, sorry, past few days. No, just even just like this entire patch cycle has been really bad. Oh, somebody's got Zeki Ball fever. That's okay. I do not judge how people spend their gold. I do not partake in Zeki balls outside of like um the ones you get once a day. I'm just I don't know. It doesn't Roger my Hammerstein. That's fair. I too, or I don't know. I like the plushies. I just have crap RNG, and I apologize for the swear. I do apologize. I have the worst RNG. So that is why. If I had better RNG, Zeki might get some of my money, but I have the worst RNG and I know I do, so that's why I don't. I'm just like I've played this game before. I'm good. Sorry. I'll stop playing the freaking This is what I mean. I could literally play with pathing for days and not be satisfied. Because there's always that part of me that's just like, but it could be better. But in reality, perfection is a construct that we chase after that doesn't actually exist. That we fool ourselves into believing that it's achievable when it's actually not. Think about that for a second. Because I've lost sleep over that. Uh, okay, we can at least plug up that hole there. Because that's literally causing me physical pain. There we go. But, and then always flank your stairs with lights. And that's mostly a safety thing. It's so at night people can always find the stairs. What do I think? I don't. Sorry, widget. Um, I know nothing about it, is what I mean. Yeah. You're not the first person to mention The Sims to me, based on the fact that I like to build things. Uh, but uh, my building fixation uh, is does come with a caveat that I am very weird because I actually do like playing in games where other human beings exist. Um, and I know that's very strange because I talk a lot about my social anxiety. Um, but just, knowing that the world is populated by other people and that I'm not alone in the game that I'm playing is just kind of comforting. And it's just kind of nice. So the games that I tend to gravitate towards don't tend to be single player. Hey, Bash. Mm. But yes. Ba, ba, ba. Sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. The freaking ADHD choppas. Just took them and went off running. Oh no, Bash, you like 100% like hit the nail on the head. Uh, and it's kind of or sorry, I have this is one of those topics that I have a hard time conveying to other people, but I will do my best. Uh, because my social anxiety is very strange. Uh, because it's not that I am incapable of functioning in social situations. Uh, it's more of the how do I best put this? The getting there that is the hard part. The will to engage in those social situations. Because that step is takes a lot out of me. Because once I'm there, I can function perfectly fine, and no one can tell the difference between me and anyone else. And people normally describe me as quite charismatic and very friendly, or very outgoing. Uh, but it's the getting there that's the issue. Um, Tiger's normally very good for encouraging me to, you know, get there. Uh, the way I described it once is that I forget that I like being around people, but Tiger's good at just like picking me up by the scruff of the neck and is just like, "Come on, dragon." Just like, "No, no," and just like, just like, "Oh, I guess this isn't so bad after all." Also, hi Bash. And also, we should pick up some outdoor lighting. Oh my gosh. Bash, you were saying a lot of the things that I may or may not have went through in my younger years, and holy biscuits. Because yes, I I too went through a lot of that. My gosh. I specifically the arrogant part. Um, notably because I've mentioned before that I was a dancer for about 13 years. So I have very good posture, and but as such, as uh, a few people have mentioned that I apparently have this walk that I apparently walk into a room and it's a very apparently a very arrogant walk. And it's a and I'm just like, I okay. Um I didn't realize having good posture immediately made you arrogant, but I feel like that's a you problem, not a me problem. I feel like it's more like you're self-conscious about your own posture. But yeah, although I have had multiple people say that I seem arrogant, and I'm just like, what? Now, as far as lampposts go, this is kind of a dealer's choice. I'm partial to the bellflower only because uh, it's the one that, the one that I'm partial to. Uh, I I tend to gravitate to this color of light because in terms of light bulbs, it's something classified as daylight, just in like in colors of light. So uh, it's a mixture of white and yellow. But and then largely we're just going to use them to fill in the places where like we're not going to try, or we don't want to use a lot of them, mainly because the daylight will become overpowering. because one thing with daylight bulbs, they are very harsh light. So if you space them too close together, oh yeah. I I spent a long time stocking up on my bellflower lampposts. Which we're actually going to replace this little guy with lamppost. And see, this is another thing that you'll notice that I do a lot as I go, is that I look for opportunities where I can either move items around in order to improve or change the design to make it more efficient item wise, either because I just genuinely don't want to make more, or because I don't want to farm more items, or just because I am getting too close to the item cap. In this case, right now, it's because we're on pathing and we haven't even started on decorating the house yet. So we do want to be a little bit conscious of how many items we're using outside. All right, there we go. Oh. That's bugging me. There we go. That's better. For now, anyway. Give it 5 minutes, I'll hate it again. I don't know why I thought that was a chest. All right. So now let's this would be easier if pavers were viable as an option. But since they're broken right now, I can't in good conscience suggest them. When they aren't broken, I would suggest to utilize pavers to create subsections off of your paths. As well, something that you can do using your garden edging is break it off into strips. And use this as detailing. Wait, what? I mean, yeah. I mean, preach away, darling. I mean, that's like 90% of what I do is preach about different things. That's why I apologize so much. I mean that because I'm Canadian. Shut up.
I'm fierce. Mm.
Um, But what I was trying to get at was and this I would only really recommend for people that are doing smaller builds. And so you have items to spare. And when I say smaller builds, I mean like really smaller builds. You can make like you can make cobblestone pathways. Out of your garden edging. And when your garden edging is close enough together, you can group select all of it. Hey, Reds. Nice to see you. Welcome to our Landscape Architecture Day, where we have been talking mostly about plot layout or not even about, well, mostly about pathing construction. I would definitely recommend buying stone bricks from Sifu. It's much more efficient than going and farming stone. Unless you're farming stone in a party. In which case, you know. But if you're like me and it's really hard to, you know, party up. Just go see Mama Sifu. I keep telling myself today's the day I'm going to go party up. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the subscription, Lash. Or Amanda. No, sorry. My brain's frying. Also, we have a question. Also, hi Amanda, nice to see you. Thanks for popping in. While we're answering the question, I'll just pop into the aerial so everybody can see the overview of what we've been doing. Can you take structure that you've built can be grabbed and moved on one object? Yeah. Sorry, Reds. You can't. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean to like you want to relocate something that you built to another plot, yes? Also, hi maybe. Also, I just also I looked in the logs and realized that that's the gigantification. So thank you for the bits. I am kind of irked that like an alert doesn't pop up for the gigantification of an emote. I mean I think that that emote really does need an alert because it's amazing. Uh, I oh my gosh, my brain is sorry. We're getting to that point in the day where I probably should be taking my next ADHD med. Oh my gosh, lol. Uh, bash. Uh, also thank you for the bits. My gosh. Sorry, pardon me as I blush. But yes, sorry for the poor news on the uh, moving structures to a different plot. That is something that a lot of people have asked about, but yeah, we can't. We can't do. Also, thank you for the comment on the path. But yeah, that is something that that's today's topic. Is all landscape architecture and how to uh, develop the different spaces around your plot so they flow one into the other in one seamless connection. There we go. It took us a while, but we finally got the path down. Which, and I mentioned earlier in the stream as to why I try to start with the pathing, and it's because when you reach the end of the project, uh, it is normally the easier part to kind of whittle away at. So if there's too much path, you can chip away at it if you need some item slots back. Oh, you did maybe? I can't wait to see. Or do you want to share? Or do you want to keep it under your hat? I totally understand if you want to. Yeah? Okay. I'll try and pop in today and see, but I make no promises. You know me after stream, I'm a corpse. I love when random design epiphanies happen. I was like that with the car. Nah, it's okay. I mean, it looked okay. It looked right. To me, anyway. Anywho, another thing that I did want to mention, or that I meant to mention, that I've seen it done really well in a few builds. But I would love to show how it can be added to a bit more, and in a very simple way. So we are just going to grab Bellflower Grand Fountain, because that is, I mean, that it's kind of the go-to for a water feature is the Bellflower Grand Fountain, because, you know, it's grand. C'est le grand. And now what we're going to do with it is we are going to get some of our, we are actually going to grab some stools. Because we're going to be a bit cheeky. Just need to remember, there we go. I think that's all we should need are the fountain and some stools. And we just have to decide exactly where our water feature is going to be. Um, you know, let's just go into the aerial view. It makes the most sense that we would have it either by the entrance in this wide open space here, in front of the house. But for what we're going to do with it, I'm actually going to have our water feature that we're going to build right up in this open space between our pavilion and our gazebo. So for starters, we are going to pick up our fountain and get it up on top of a block and get it as centered as we can. Which we might be able to make this easier on ourselves by making the, yeah, we can. Fantastic. So we can make this easier on ourselves by making the grand fountain think that it's a block. Fantastic. I love it when it's easy. So now that grand fountain is all nice and centered on that block. And now with these guys, we are going to grab our little apparatus that we made with our butcher block. And with any luck, and it's not going to be tall enough, but that's fine. Because the lovely thing with this apparatus is, even though it's not made out of red jumpsuits, it's still fairly modular. So we just add butcher blocks on top until it's the right height. There we go. Then, because it's a little bit thick, we might just want to grab a dessert plate, because the dessert plates are a little bit thinner than the butcher block. And that should give us the height that we want. And now we're going to do our, I should come up with a name for this, but I don't know. Our sidestep reverse float. I don't know. I'll come back. I'll come up with something better. It's basically where we take our apparatus over, prime it for a float, shoves our block to the side, and then we just drop it straight down. Right, I did it wrong. To make it really easy on yourself, get the butcher block lined up to the center of a square. So then this square is lined up with one of these squares. So you know that going straight down will be lined up with the grid lines. Then you're good to put your stool up here. Wait, hold it. I did this last time. Okay, we're fine. I tried to do this trick. I don't think it was on stream. Thank goodness. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't mind that the flower is sticking out ever so slightly. It's mostly just that it's not centered. Right. So I did this trick off stream, but I forgot to check exactly where the sitting was. Oh my gosh, it was such a mess. I didn't even know what was going on. But yeah, there we go. Now we have a building block that we can sit on. And now all we need to do is build around the base of our fountain. Just adding that little bit of definition. Okay. Then yeah, you just remove anywhere that you want there to be a seat. Take it over to your apparatus. Do your reverse float. Make sure that the sitting is in the right direction. And then insert it back into the construction. least in theory, it should be this easy. Remember, if it is giving you grief, you can take it out and then perform a cancel placement so that it is no longer in the way. Unless it's this one that's causing us problems, which quite possibly. Did it? Oh yeah. Oh. That's actually quite brilliant. Uh, well, so there's actually an easy way, or sorry, I'd say easy. A easy way to use the wall decor. But yes, fancy footwork will definitely be required. Um, like so. Just some modulation of this. That's what I'm here for, bae. Uh, you come to me with the concept, and and the rough idea. I have you know, I have the tools. Because I'm the weird duck. Although, if I, oh, yes. Is that? Yeah, remember that. Yeah, so. I think so. And then from there, one only needs to you can use either a block or a floor. Yeah. Um, Obviously the block will give you more height. So I might recommend the block actually. Yeah. I can't remember who we can thank for this, but somebody somebody wanted to use these as garden edging or pathing edging. So we can thank them for that. And sorry, the reason why I bring that up is that's how I figured this whole thing out. Because they were just like, how do? And I was just like, you could do like this. But yeah, um, dang it, I keep on forgetting to drop. I'll do that on my own time. Today wasn't landscape architecture. I probably would be working on that car. But today's landscape architecture, dang it. Um, where is thing? I don't even know what thing I'm looking for. Oh, right. Uh, Something I will mention that I have seen a lot of people kind of get trapped in is in regards to fencing. And it isn't really a necessity. Like there are ways that you can break up your different spaces without fencing. I'm just trying to think of some uh specific, sorry, I'm trying to think of some that are specifically rather item efficient. Especially since we're kind of our main material has been stone so far. But I mean, it isn't a bad thing to kind of go into other material types. Which I think is what we might end up doing. So let's grab some log cabin coffee tables. We have more, actually, we probably have more, but, oh, we do. There we go. Okay. So this kind of stems from a question that I got a few times actually about syncing items. And sorry, let me not skip through a very important step. So what we're going to start by doing is placing any pillar on top of one of our log cabin coffee tables, and then we'll be using the group select feature, which is by default on PC pressing Alt, and that allows us to place our one coffee table on top of the other, because that tricks our coffee table into thinking that it's a pillar. And now there is kind of a tiny bit of a finesse to syncing coffee table log cabin coffee tables, just due to how wide they are. So we notice that they aren't actually 2 meters wide. They are 1.8 meters wide. Luckily, though, if we nudge it up in line with this grid line, and then we just move this coffee table over down to here, and then perform our reverse float, we should be good to place another coffee table on top of here. And then just by picking up this coffee table and placing it down in the exact same location that it was, it should send the entire assembly back. And then we now have our float stack started. And from here on out, we can just keep on performing that reverse float repeatedly. Okay, there we have we have 6. That's enough for now. Enough to illustrate. Now we just need to go over to our shelf. Biscuits, where? Oh, sugar. And we're just gonna want something that will look natural with the terrain. Actually, I just remembered that this is slightly more difficult because of the changes to clipping. Or sorry, the changes to metallic building blocks. It's not impossible, mind you, it's just slightly more difficult. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our starting flooring and then going to flip it on its side. We're going to turn it like that. And now we're going to need to find a rug. Trial and error might need to be involved. It just needs to, yep, so that rug won't work. It needs to be a rug that when it comes in contact with the floor, it says nothing. There we go. So this doormat is perfectly fine. And now we're just going to place that rug on top of our building block. And then we're going to place that building block on top of our table. Now we're going to do our group select, looking at our doormat. And because of the rug's ability to pass through things, that makes our tables now be able to pass through things. And now we have some nice lawn ornaments. Which are nice, simple. And break up your space. Which we have to give a shout out to the Lillian Games for finding the rug modulation for the 1-cup/group select trick. God bless her for it. Right. Mm. Sorry, fam. Just trying to think of other things to talk about in regards to landscape architecture. We talked about water features, pathing. I suppose we're probably ready to move on to planting the trees. that is something that, I mean, everyone does like to have trees on their plot, but it is something that I tend to leave until the very last thing. So I personally would not be doing it at this stage. But, you know, since we're doing the landscaping right now, or this is what we're talking about, I will. All right, let's just clean up some stuff. Because so I have a little different way of doing things than most people. I do most of my tree work from the aerial view because once again, I tend to be very minimalist with my trees. Uh, so I'm looking for more of the canopy. So we're knitting together the tops of the trees that you only really can see from above. All right. You need help on how to get the chic wall decor onto the pillars? For sure. All right. We will take a break from this just so we can help maybe. But just to kind of give a view of kind of that is kind of the minimalism of like how I place my trees. Although then I come down here and I'm like, okay. Now we kind of fine tune where exactly they are. Because this one definitely too close. But yeah. Let's hop back to the horde for a second though. All right. So I was when I did it before, I was using the merge wall on the harvest house. And yeah, it's a bit finicky because it only says that a valid placement at certain points. And if you rotate it at all, it's going to say not valid placement. Yep. Sorry. Yeah, I suppose I did skip that step. Sorry. But yeah, and then sorry, and then here, let me just I'll pick it up, and then so that is fine, but so the rotation that I went was, I guess, 180 degrees. There we go. So like by default it looks like that, but then you can go 180 degrees. Wait, I don't know. You can rotate it until it says valid placement again. And you can kind of like massage it around to find a place where it'll let you place it. That was a sentence, oh my god. And then from there you can pick it up and then place it. And then yeah, let's redo this one. Just so we can make a pair. Yeah. Hmm. Although the crazy part of me wants to test something. Crazy, kind of masochistic. Okay, so if we go here, and then let's float it that way 1 meter. No. I mean, not 1 meter. 0.2 of a meter. Dragon. Also, turning your grid off is important. Okay, I don't hate that, but I don't love it either. Okay, so wait, but are those sugar? They're still the same. Wait, no, because then, okay, because now this one isn't pulled inwards. So that's the difference. So if you don't use the merge wall, it won't be pulled inwards. So, yeah. It's gonna be a interesting time either way. Define interesting. Oh god, we're all gonna die? Glad to hear it. And while we're on this loadout, let's pop over to the Steamworks for a moment. Actually, oh, I just had clay in here. But I just wanted to show everyone just a larger scale of the whole canopy thing that I was talking about. And then just looking at it from the ground. So the purpose is mainly just to get as much bang for your buck out of your trees. Aside from, of course, the couple of smaller trees I've decided to leave at adult stage for, design reasons. But these are also, yeah, actually, I don't know why I didn't come back here sooner. But this is a better, or this is another, or an example of another kind of pathway which is completely rectilinear, which just means like completely straight lines. Whereas the path that we did on the other plot was very organic and like straight, or not straight. Ah. Apologies. The other one was very organic, so it had the winding curves. Whereas this plot, the whole motif is that it's very it's meant to be industrialized. So I felt the straight lines fit a bit better. Which this is another example of something that is very easy to add around your trees, but unfortunately not everyone can do. Thank you, Widget. I really appreciate you. But just by adding a upside down leaf pile, you can kind of add a bit of mulch around your trees. And it just adds a bit, or I feel just a bit extra to your design, or the design overall. Which, let's pop over there and I'll show y'all how that's done. That's hi, Winky. That's really cool. Uh, did you do it via? I'm assuming uh, a permeable item over the invisible grid, or did you cover it with rugs? It's a secret. Hmm. I suppose you piqued my interest at least. Alright, what's your username? You're lucky I don't do this just for anyone. Winky. You're lucky you said hi. uh, and also because your username is adorable. Oh my goodness. You definitely don't disappoint. Oh, you saucy devil. I'm sorry. The fact that you gave the Chappa a wig using the New Year's lucky tree, that's fabulous. Oh, oh, this isn't where your secret room is. Although I still feel compelled to explore. I'm so sorry. Mainly just due to the creativity. This is a breath of fresh air. Oh my gosh, your airplane. I think I'm about to cry. That's fantastic. Uh, Definitely jealous of your RNG. Oh my god. But, you know, I'm happy for your happiness. You son of a biscuit. Yeah, this is a definite example of some people got it. I definitely don't. Yeah. This is why I don't even try. Oh, that's fabulous. I mean, that causes stir with some people. Not me, but, you know, a certain crowd. Your ancient fish is on fire. That's hysterical. Hmm. That is fantastic. Okay, that is a cute merger. Uh, um, our new uh friend, sorry, Winky, uh, their plot is utter bedlam. I have no other word for it than utter bedlam. And I'm kind of here for it. Hmm. Oh, except that gives me a tension headache. Your new plot is wild. Wilder than this. Oh, those are clever mergers. Oh, that actually is lovely. Oh, okay, that is the second best. Sorry, but that's the second best usage of the capital sheet dining table that I've seen. And that's only because the first best usage made it actually look like it was water. But that's pretty dang close. Yeah, and the other one was like a whole optical illusion. It was pretty crazy. The bellflower chair inside there is, yeah, that's great. No. Oh my, you can sit on, oh, okay. Although the precariousness of the placement, yeah, it's gonna breeze right past that. I don't think that's safe for work. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna breeze right past that. All hail the Frogbear. Or I- have you gotten the, or no, because you're 4 away from the that's amazing one yet. So, well, I'm gonna, even though my gut wants to vote that it's so cute. Wait, yeah, right? I It's up in the corner. Yeah, the username is Winky. You should check it out, Bash. 'Cause this is like just for a second, like check this. I don't think I even got up there yet, so we can actually check out the we can see the airplane a little bit closer. This is cute. Oh my God, and you can sit in the air you might be able to sit in the airplane, can you? Oh, I wait, I don't think you can. No, you can't because of everything that's going on. Yeah. I think that might have been the intention. You can sit. It might just be uh in the plot system then, or the plot tour system is just not allowing it because it's only giving me the on option for the front. Um, yeah. Oh wait, yeah, and then that's giving me the yeah. I'm just getting on off switches. Um, it could have been like depending on when you built that plane. They changed it a few patches ago that if you have something placed on it, you can't sit on that item anymore. It's super annoying, but yeah. But Winky, were you wanting to show your new work off? Or were you just popping in to mention that you had a secret room? Oh, okay. Uh, I'll pop over in just a sec. Just in case anybody was waiting with bated breath over that whole thing I mentioned with the leaf pile. Just in case. I highly doubt anybody was, but just in case. Uh, it's super easy. You can just place a paver down, and then you just need to get the paver upside down. Um, right, I forgot. I always forget that you need two walls for this stick. Then you just place the leaf pile onto the paver. And then you're good to go. Your tree has been mulched. All right. I'm intrigued to see this secret room. Oh, wow. I see we went full board with the bugs. Holy biscuits. Okay. Right on. Also, I am loving the upside down and submerged bellflower fountains. Yeah, if anybody's wondering where the water is coming from, this is what happens when you turn bellflower fountains upside down. You just get a ghost water effect. So yeah, super cool. Yeah. Yeah, definitely good heart for that. Uh, oh my gosh, this is Hey, okay, brilliant. I love I love that your new plot has the first the the number one slot in usage of the Capital Chic dining room table. This is exactly what I was talking about, where this creates that water effect. Uh, I'm, oh my God, I am already frightened. Ba oh, oh God, okay. Uh-huh. I've heard about this. I, yeah, okay. Yeah, Bash was telling me about this actually. That was jarring. I'm okay. Oh, okay, so I'm stuck. Wait, oh, okay, so that's how you get right side up is that you sit down. Okay. Okay. Thank sweet baby Buddha. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Bash was telling me about this. Ah, that was a thank you for actually showing me this. Winky. Wow. But sorry. Tiny dragon broken. Tiny dragon broken. I was not expecting this. Well done. It does genuinely take a lot to surprise me. So definitely congratulations. I don't I yeah, I don't say that lightly. How do I get out of here? Do I bake again? I'm guessing not. Oh, you unstuck? Okay. Oh gosh, the entire world. Oh, that is okay, which I'm assuming uh nope, nope. Well, I mean, I'm assuming just a a reload will fix this. Oh, but that was wild. Thank you for that. And I do need to go check out your dome because that looks... Ah, I'm sorry. I'm all out of sorts. That is impressive. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I I need to go fix my screen because this is giving me the bends. But thank you very much. I cannot wait to come back and check out your plot again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, yeah. So for anybody wondering, uh, tier 2 plot reload does fix that, which is just when you leave your plot. Okay. Because we are coming up on our last half hour. So let's get some more trees down just to kind of round out everything. Now this is just uh for myself. I like to stick to one type of tree. I know not everyone does, and that's perfectly fine. Which is exactly why I said it's a personal choice. Let's clean all this up. Um, and right, one more thing before we go full board into that. Is finishing our little mulch circle here. Now, some of you might have noticed that I had mine done up with stones, and the way that I did that is like this. So I just went around and used one string of stones to bump other strings of stones. Uh, and just as a note for everybody, generally I'm not someone who enjoys being surprised. Uh, but as far as surprises go, that wasn't bad. That was kind of great. Got just the right amount of adrenaline rush. Oh, okay. Uh, sorry about that. Just got, you know, just all the texts. Uh, I don't really go on many. I mean, we just saw a really cool one on uh oh my God, Winx's plot. Oh my God, scrolling up. Winky, Winky, Winky's plot. There, that's how you say, or that's how you spell their name. We went and checked out their plot, and it was super cool, like ridiculously cool. But uh, I I generally do not go on many plot visits. Um, I have like my list of people on my friends list that I go to check out, and if people like invite me over, I will come. But yeah, I don't go of my own volition. I haven't even put up a plot this week because I don't even really see the point in it anymore. I don't have the time or energy to do the networking. Uh, so yeah, yeah. But I try and support uh as many people as I can. So I do that. because I know there are a lot of people putting themselves out there. So, especially like anyone who like specifically has asked me to come over, their name goes on a list. And so I make a concerted effort to go over every single week. But yeah. Enough about me and my bull. I'm happy if other people are enjoying it. I am. Because I'm fully capable of like being happy for other people's happiness. Are these youngs? No, this sapling's good. Oh, actually, thank you. Or sorry, I just mentioned or saw that you mentioned the trending system, which I do agree. Except uh, or or yesterday at least. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, there we go. Um, uh, Lilithana is trending, so that's a plus. She's no, nowhere near the top, mind you, but at least she's trending. So that's um, yeah, which for those watching who might not know who that user is, that's a Lillian of the Lillian Games, who brought us the one cup technique, among other things. Who, yeah, she's been becoming kind of a bigger, or she's been making tutorials recently, and her work is fantastic. So yeah. Um, do where are we at? We're at 4:38. Okay, let's see if I can knock something out before we hit time, because I kind of did want to add one more thing before we ended today. Uh, which was kind of an auxiliary seating area. which I think we might need to snag some stuff. From the tiny town. I think that's where most of our New Year's stuff is. But I don't want to steal it from the plushies. Rats. Maybe it's in storage. Fingers crossed. Probably not though. We might just need to steal it from the plushies. I'm sorry guys, but this is like one of the only good benches in the game. And unfortunately, it did cost a lot of Magimarket tickets, so I did not get very many of them. Am I fully quitting the tours, or do I mean, once I have something that I'm ready to show, I might upload again. But it's just that uh like my Steamworks plot uh uh isn't finished, and like was not in a finished state when the plot tours went live. And I think that was a large part of why I kind of got into a bit of a mood. And I do really think that it shows in the build that it's not finished. So if I go in and figure out how to selectively either take some things apart in order to rebuild it, or I might just shelve that build until the fabled day that they increase the item limit, and then just when I finish a new build, then that is when I will upload something new. But until something's actually finished, I can't see myself uploading anything. Just because my own like confidence just can't handle it. Just and it's I know it probably sounds silly, but like I view what I do in Palia as a form of my art. And just to be on display like that, and to have an unfinished piece on display. But sugar cookies. I think we're gonna need more bricks. Yeah, we do. Um, no, it's okay. No, it's okay, Atsy. You're you don't need to be a wordsmith to convey your care. It's okay. Oh, uh-oh. Haven't had that in a while. Or actually, failed in loading player data. I have not had that one before. Uh, I got booted back into my plot. Oh, please God, no. Finally, don't joke. That was the joke last time when I was locked out of my plot. Although that being said, being locked in my plot isn't nearly as devastating as being locked out of my plot. Okay, there we go. We're okay. uh, yeah, I'm not. I'm sure it wasn't that long that we were all locked out of our plots. It felt like forever, but I'm sure it was probably like a few days. Although by like I think it was by the third day, I just started playing on Tiger's character. Hmm. Okay. Now we have some more bricks, so we can make some more flooring. Now this is kind of where this is also why I try and do these type of things before the trees go down, so you can get a feel of it from the aerial view without the trees blocking the way. I'm thinking from a from a planning perspective, there isn't anything over here, so we have you, I did. I oh, I mean I when I say that I visit people, I mean I don't don't read too much into that. I mean that I pop in, I leave a vote on whichever seems to be the one that they're going for at the time. All Tiny Dragon Ninja style. That's what I mean. I do. Yeah. Uh, biscuits. Okay, so that means that we're going to need to elongate it, which isn't a bad thing because that means that we're going to get more of an eccentric curve. Thank you. As I said, it's mostly due to how much I don't know, I want other people to still have enjoyment, even if I'm not enjoying it myself, if that makes sense. Which I suppose all stems from that whole ideology of, being happy for other people's happiness. It's just how I've kind of chosen to live my life. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. It's how I try. I don't I don't always succeed because it's a struggle some days. But I try my best to catch myself when I'm, you know, being a bit salty. I don't know, just because I'm old and tired doesn't mean everybody is. I don't know, it's kind of a mess. Uh, but it'll work for now. Let's just get the bench in there. Because the idea is to make kind of an alcove. I am being pretty basic with this right now, but remember that if you use a shelf, you can make these curves into something much more interesting. Oh yeah, something like that. And then this would be the one instance where I might add a different kind of tree, but only because I don't really classify it as using a different kind of tree per se. It's just the closest thing we have to a bush. Are the sapling oak trees. Note that I'm definitely not the first person to use this. And then I wonder if we have a regal in storage. Probably not, but maybe. No, I didn't think so. I think we have a couple on left with the. Let's go with the classic. Oh, oh, wow. Thank you for subscribing, Winky. Jeez. Sorry, I always get a bit. Yeah. Hi, socially awkward dragon. Really appreciate the support. Mm. Actually, we can make this guy think he's a block with a bit of brute force and ignorance. It's not easy, mind you, but you can do it. I think that's the magic height. Yeah, there you go. All right. Yes, I will definitely see you on Monday. Uh, Barring some unforeseen circumstance, as was with this week. Sorry again for that. But yes. Oh, it is that time. Which, good thing we got this little alcove done. But you have a good night, Atsy. And that does break me out of the hyperfixation because that does mark 8 hours that we have been live. And that does mean that I should be saying goodbye to everyone as well. I hope most people found our landscape architecture day at least somewhat informative. My pleasure, Winky. I will be raiding out. Uh, to where? I have no idea. Let's see who. Uh, uh, I mean, Klaus, but with a Q is on a BRB stream or a BRB page. Although is he even? Oh, but he's not even doing Palia. Um, biscuits. Hmm. But yes. Ah, you have a good night too, Winky. Don't feel like you need to stay for the raid. Yeah, it is the week before patch, so people might be taking a breather. Um, which, you know, fair. Thank you, Bash. As always, you're as sweet as apple pie. Um, let's say similar to. Oh my gosh. I've never appreciated somebody more. Somebody just has in the title, just, I'm not looking for art, and just like, yeah, word. Sorry, not the prestige? Or, sorry, you only know prestige. Okay. I mean, that could be a nice change of pace for everybody. Nice change from, you know, from decorating.
Foodie's ready.
Thanks, baby.
Hello.
All right. And to finish things off, a tiger sighting has appeared, or a tiny tiger has appeared.
Yay. Big Bash.
And Atsy. Okay.
And Nancy.
Okay.
At first, it only showed Bash. That's why I only said Bash at first. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. We'll start this raid. Sorry. I'm blah. I'm okay. Everything's fine. All right, let's raid into this person that I have not ever met, but it's okay. Meeting new people is a good thing. This is great. Everybody ready? It's okay, they probably never even heard of me before. Well, that's the last time I thought that was going to happen. Before we do, and before I forget, as always, my lovelies, I've been a tiny dragon with titanic dreams, hoping that your dreams are and always will be just as big. Love you all. Have a great night. Bye.